Welcome to the Noordung Forum, Building European Blockchain Infrastructure. We would like to thank each and every one of you that took your time and visit us here to this event. A special welcome to Mrs. Violeta Bulc, European Commissioner for Transport, Mr. Zoran Poznic, Minister of Culture of Republic of Slovenia, Mr. Ivo Weigel, Member of European Parliament, and Mr. Primož Poklič, Deputy Mayor of Slovenske Konjice, and also welcome to our friends who flew all the way from Asia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Malaysia. We gather here in Center Noordung, home of Herman Potočnik Noordung, a space scientist revolutionary, which visionary thinking left a great mark on history in the development of space technologies. And here we are today, experts and technology enthusiasts talking about new revolutionary technology, blockchain. Well, blockchain technology is nothing new to us. It already started to develop in 2009. So this year we are celebrating its 10th anniversary. But the last few years were crucial for the development and growth of blockchain technology. It's the past few years that people, not only experts, started thinking more about this new technology, and we are witnessing every day more and more examples of its practical use. There are numerous possibilities how to use blockchain, how to benefit even more from blockchain. And on today's event, we will be talking about how can we use it for public and as well as private purposes. We have a lot prepared for you today. So without further ado, I would firstly like to welcome to the stage Mr. Tadej Slapnik, Director of Tolar HashNeta, who is one of the guilty ones that we are all here today to say a few words.
Commissioner, Minister, Mr. Weigel, all the guests. I'm really happy to be here today in Center Noordung, and I will share a story why. It's because of a lot of activity actually in Slovenia started here related to blockchain. It was in 2017 when in that time I used to work for the government. We together with a lot of entrepreneurs from Slovenia but also from the region organized the first blockchain meetup. Republic of Slovenia actually was the first country to organize blockchain meetup together with the entrepreneurs. More than 300 participants gathered here, mostly from the private sector, and we started a journey that took Republic of Slovenia together with our colleagues from European member states, but also globally, to become one of the leading countries regarding implementation of blockchain technologies. I'm also happy to be here today that we are combining the really important forum about what the blockchain infrastructure in Europe will be with the launching of the testnet of our company, Tolar HashNeta, that it's actually the next generation of the development of the blockchain technology. If we had first blockchain for Bitcoin 1.0, then we have 2.0 with Ethereum. Tolar HashNeta brings 3.0 blockchain, which is really sustainable, not consuming the electrical energy like the previous one, and really scalable. And this was also the reason that United Nations Economic Commission for Europe recognized our project, our technology in the white paper for blockchain, to put us among 15 the best projects globally developing blockchain technologies to utilize global sustainable development goals. I wish you a really fruitful forum today, and I'm looking forward to see the insights not just from Europe but also from our friends all around the world, actually from Asia and also from other countries. Thank you that you are with us.
Thank you, Tadej. The next I would like to invite to the stage is Mr. Stanko Kolar, President of the Vitanje Business Club.
would like to thank you to be today here with us, especially the representative of the European Commission, Commissioner Mrs. Violeta Bulc, Member of the Parliament Ivo Weigl, and the Minister representative of Slovenian government, Minister Zdenko Poznic. Welcome in Vitanje, welcome in our beautiful Dravinja Valley, which is also the name of our business club, established again a few years ago. We are very into the new technologies, and we would like to transform our valley into the digital valley of the future. So one of the steps we would like to follow in the next years is also to bring the blockchain technology to the level that is usable for the companies, for the government, for the banks, for everybody, especially for our companies in our valley. Thank you again that you are with us. I would not like to bother you with the details of our beautiful environment, but you're welcome to get back again when you have time for your vacation after the good experience you will have today with us here in Vitanje. Welcome.
Thank you. Now we are glad that Mr. Zoran Poznic, Minister of Culture of the Republic of Slovenia, took his time and came to our event to say a few welcoming words. Thank you.
Hvala za besedo. Dober dan vsem skupaj. Seveda jaz kot minister za kulturo Republike Slovenije bom govoril po slovensko. Tako da, seveda mi vsi željno nekako pričakujemo sadove tega, kar vi začenjate, kar se v resnici začenja kot ena revolucija v resnici po celem razvitem industrijskem svetu. Seveda pa vsem tem včasih mogoče malo preveč pozabljamo na posameznika, na tistega, kateremu v končni fazi je vse to, kar počnemo, tudi namenjeno. Mi temu principu, da ne pozabimo, rečemo humanizacija tehnologije. Ta humanizacija seveda temelji na izhodiščih vsega tistega žlahtnega, kar si je zahodni svet, kar si je od renesanse naprej osmislil človek, da bolje živi, da prepozna drug drugega, da je strpen, da živi v enem sistemu, ki prakticira demokracijo, socialno neizključljivost, seveda družbeno empatijo in vse te glavne postulate v resnici še vedno naše družbe. In pri vsem tem občudovanju tehnologije, vsega tega, kar nam prinaša bodočnost, vsa ta slutna, neizmernih možnosti, ki so pred nami, nam nikoli ne sme dopustiti, da iz svojega fokusa spustimo tisto, kar je bistveno, našo človečnost. Toliko. Hvala.
So the next one I would like to invite to the stage is Mr. Ivo Weigl, Member of European Parliament, to say a few welcoming words.
Hello everybody, I will somehow use the speech of the minister, which I congratulated to him already. It is the first time, by the way, that we are in the same place. And before the commissioner, whom I'm very sure that she will add a third dimension to our speeches, I just wanted, by listening to the minister, to apply whatever he said about the humanization of the science and technology, humanization, the relations between the nations and states in the world, and the putting in the first place of all values we are working to realize the peace among the people, peace among the nations and peace among the states. I must tell you that I spent 10 years in European Parliament as the member of the Commission for Foreign Affairs. And I was one of, I would say, few who always, again and again, stress that let us give the peace, not the chance, there were the others who sung about it, but let's give the peace the priority of whatever we are doing. And this is the way how I see the new technologies. The new technology could be a weapon, could be something which is poisoning our relations, even the relations among the people, relations among the states, but it can open the new horizons, new philosophies, new ways, new cultural values. Let us discover each other through this new addition to the existing technologies. I once said to my friend and shadow, I might say, in the past 10 years or even more, today, that when he first told me about blockchain technology, I said to him, well, I have the feeling I would easier learn the Mandarin Chinese than something about what blockchain is. I am glad today that we are united in a positive hope that this technology means something, that it will survive and it will develop. And I'm particularly happy that we are here from different countries, our neighbors in Europe, our friends from other continents, from other parts of the world. So, for sure, I know something. This technology is an openness, it is a chance, it is an offer. And I hope that even this conference will give us and give those who will follow something new, something encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your nice welcoming speech. Now we are slowly coming to the real thing. For the first one of the opening speeches, I would like to invite to the stage Mrs. Violeta Bulc, European Commissioner of Transport, to say a few words.
Lep pozdrav vsem skupaj. Welcome everyone to this very special conference. Already I can feel that it will make a difference. And let me say that we do belong to the civilization that creates opportunities, creates value, and connects people, engages people through technologies. And I hope that through real understanding what technology can do, we will understand that there is even a bigger task ahead of us to make sure that we reach across different civilizations and integrate the knowledge that's been accumulating in different stages of the development of this planet Earth and help through the technology to really develop holistically in the future. So that's why I get excited with technologies like blockchains and the potentials that it has. Yet, I will challenge you on that because it can go either way. But before I finish my speech, of course, I'd like to share with you a couple of thoughts. But above all, I would really like to share with you what are we doing already on the level of European Union and where do we as legislators see either threats, challenges, and of course, opportunities. First of all, I'd like to also bring a bit of excitement that we share in transport portfolio because of these emerging new technologies. And as you can see on the screen, this is a very simple model, but it's really the leading model for whatever we do in European transport finds its home on this picture. So, just looking at this, you can see that technologies that are horizontally connecting different stakeholders, different communities, different areas are absolutely necessary. Because there are so many limitations that we see today with a technology that is in the mainstream. But first, how is EU approaching to this new emerging, not only the technology itself, but it's also a philosophical framework. Because if the breakthrough, disruptive innovation really justifies its purpose, usually leads also to the social transformation and usually leads also to the transformation of the society from a business point of view, for a social point of view, but also from the global cooperation point of view. So the European Commission, of course, monitors the development of all these technologies very closely. And what we are seeking is to understand where the standards are needed and where we need to make sure that the new technology doesn't mean new monopolies. So we are very much looking into where do we need to, if we need to, interrupt or interfere in order to ensure level playing field and in order to ensure that the free market evolves. So what we did first, we established the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum, and I'm glad we have a good representative, excellent representative in this forum, who is acting not only on a EU level, but also in transferring all this knowledge and excitement on a local level, meaning into Slovenia. But because so much is happening in Slovenia, I should rather say informing others what can be done and how advanced this technology can be used also in addressing public issues and of course business issues. So it would come of no surprise that there are already financial tools available in order to support the development of this new technological breakthrough. Horizon 2020 already so far invested 141 million euros in the development of different solutions, especially in the field of digital identity, e-health, and energy. This contribution will probably rise by 2020 to around 300 million euros. So there will be new calls for proposals coming in the next 2 years. Through Horizon 2020 program, there is a special program called Blockchain for Social Good. And this is a prize that it's worth 5 million euros. And the call is open till September the 3rd, 2019. So I hope many of you will join forces and we will see your projects on this list. And I hope you will win. So that is something that brings a little bit of an excitement. And of course this amount will grow with the understanding of the size of the community and what community can already deliver. We have also established a European Blockchain Partnership, so-called EBP, bringing together EU member states and representatives of which you will also hear a little bit later if I'm informed correctly. And the purpose of this partnership is to establish an infrastructure for the provision of cross-border digital public services based on blockchain technology. For example, taxes, customs, identity management, notarial authentication of documents, and also professional diplomas, for example. So there will be big public projects and calls for proposals in these segments. There are also many priority areas that have been already identified and that we are monitoring very closely in order to see, as I mentioned before, if there is need for standardization and for regulatory interventions in these areas. First is, of course, financial sector. We are all well aware of the impact that blockchain concepts are making in the payment systems and payment solutions, securities, and insurance products. I believe Slovenia is well underway in these areas as well. The second one is the energy sector, which can, of course, integrate really well the production and trade of electricity from renewable sources into European networks. And here I'm really happy to see the company that I saw being launched in Bled on Smart Village conference that we had doing so well. And I wish you well also in the future. And I do believe that similar services will appear and will develop also in the cross-sections of energy, transport and digital, especially telecommunication services. And just to let you know, we recognize that, and in the next financial period, we will have a special dedicated calls for proposals that will bring together these three sectors under the same project. So energy, transport and digital, and there will be calls dedicated to synergy projects. So I'm sure that blockchains could find its challenge in this area as well, especially managing well the payment systems, which we would like to, of course, create a seamless digital layer that the customer will only need to address its needs on one point, and it will have one card, it will have one mechanism of charging. We are moving in this direction, setting up many missing links on the digital layer today. I'm very happy that under my mandate, we really moved digitalization in all transport sectors, so integrated logistic networks by 2030 will be a full reality. Of course, it will take a few more years before every member state deploys all the legislations and that they all can start effectively delivering its purpose. But to have in mind the future development, it's good to know that by 2030, EU will have a fully digitalized transport sector with chances for integrated ticketing and integrated logistics systems. And I hope we will walk the path together. The third area is healthcare and pharmacy. And it will be possible to safely follow the origin of the goods, which of course applies also to food industry. So this is a huge area where with the already existing technology we started to walk the path, but we immediately realized the limitations of it. So with this one we hope to overcome them and deliver a really good, transparent, customer-oriented information networks. And the fourth one, the public sector, where of course we count a lot of blockchains to provide a good solution for e-voting, which we also have been looking at quite for many years, but we hope that this technology will finally provide the correct and secure and reliable infrastructure in order to fully identify, to fully manifest e-voting, and of course with e-voting also e-identities. I already mentioned transport, and already mentioned this aim for fully integrated logistic services, and I'd like to here show you the model for digitalization that we use. These are the layers that we see in a horizontal stack that will connect all different modes, but also energy and digital telecommunication fields. So one is, of course, transport infrastructure, where now big investments are happening, and by 2030 all the corridors will be completed, connecting all member states with the same protocol, just like for your information, just that you see how much needs to be done. In the last 2 years, we have been changing 14,000 local rules for member states that exist in railways, with only 1,600, so 1,600 rules that will then finally allow smooth cooperation and digitalization of the entire rail area in Europe. And the same, we passed the legislation for single window, that entire maritime area will be now connected with a digital layer on the data and application level for a single window approach to all maritime documents. Also legislation for e-documents for logistics has been now prepared, and we hope by the end of the year, beginning of next year, this will be out and used, which will finally create conditions for zero papers in European transport, which of course is very important for the development of new technologies like blockchains. few more, maybe just ideas where we could serve customers better and overcome especially the challenges in the freight forwarding and insurance of freight in transport. They can help with traceability, accelerate payments, increase transparency. It can also help us establish a system where businesses and consumers have secure ownership over their driving data and manage rideshare and car share transactions and store vehicle identity and usage information. But my question to you is, can you deliver this? Is this something that you think about? Is this something that you really see that blockchains are developing towards? Or is there something new emerging? Because, of course, blockchain will not be the end of the world. It will not be the end of technological development. So they will still find a new challenger. And I would certainly want to know and see where is this going. Before I finish, I'd just like to re-stress my point that I had before. Each of these layers, this is our role as regulators, needs decoupling, which means we are now pushing for a complete decoupling of each of these layers, allowing free competition on every layer, and even through vertical integration, making sure that through application in product interfaces, then through service product interfaces, and through network product interfaces, which will apply especially to blockchains, we ensure free competition. And my colleague Vestager and I work very closely together on this, and whoever is has any challenges with competition has heard of her name and her activities on a global and European level. We want to make sure that these open interfaces, of course, stay open, that we can have startups and SMEs fully engaged in the development of new solutions. But I would like to finish with something that my dear colleague Ivo, Minister, have already spoken about. It's never about technology. It's never about cars, it's never about roads, it's never about ports or airports. It's always about people. And if you recall the model, we have people in the middle of everything that we do, because if we cannot justify that through our actions, human life, and the life of this planet will be better, we're not on the right track. So I am asking you, sincerely, please keep asking your questions. Keep asking this question all the time when you create something new. And try to make your decisions all the time based on serving humanity and serving this amazing planet. And through that, of course, serving peace, as Ivo pointed out. Because this is the biggest value of all. There is no happiness in war. There is no happiness in conflict. There is no personal development. There is no development of societies. It's a destruction. And this humanity has something in its history that every civilization destroys everything that previous created and tries to be the smartest and the best and the strongest. But I do sense something where blockchains can serve if they are truthfully delivering its essence. Because I do believe this is the most democratic tool we've ever had after TCP/IP internet protocol and network that's been established. This is the most democratic tool that can really help to distribute knowledge, wealth, and solutions. But at the same time, unfortunately, I already see that blockchains are used to close the network, to close the networks, to close the systems. And please don't serve that need. Please make sure that blockchains really deliver on democratic values. And what I said before, I sense that there is a new civilization emerging, which for the first time will not come from a continent as before, but from a global consciousness. From a global consciousness that wants to have a thrivable planet. And that will be an eco-civilization. An eco-civilization needs democratic tools. And I hope blockchains will deliver that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Violeta Bulc. We were looking forward to host here also Irene Rodet, President of the section for the Single Market Production and Consumption of European Economic and Social Committee from Sweden. Unfortunately, she had to cancel her participation at last minute. So I would like to call to the stage Mrs. Nena Kuzo, member of European Blockchain Partnership Slovenia, to say a few words. She's also going to read us a speech from Maria Cesarelli, Secretary from United Nations Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business from Italy. Mrs. Cesarelli wasn't able to join us in person, so she sent us only a few words, and Nena is going to read it after her opening speech. Thank you.
Easier for me to talk like this. First, I would like to say that I'm very happy to be here again after 1 year, after 2 years, after we started with the blockchain story here in Noordung Center. Dear Mr. Zoran Poznic, Minister for Culture, it's not only the culture that is the focus of your mandate, as I heard, and I'm very happy that you are open to new technologies also in relation with the culture. Dear Mrs. Bulc, Commissioner Mr. Weigel, and all very known faces that I meet 1 year, 2 years, and I'm very happy that we managed to keep this spirit and the preparedness for developing blockchain here also in this center. And of course, thank you today because you put a lot of efforts to put all this together, and we are going on with our story. Commissioner already said that what we have on the European level, but I would like to go 1 year ago when on the 10th of April there was a blockchain declaration on the level of European Union subscribed by 22 countries, and now we have 29 countries, and there are 2 non-EU countries, but Croatia is still not the member. So we call Croatia to become a member also of a European Blockchain Partnership. The second thing was that European Blockchain Partnership was created, where I'm the member because the representatives of all member states are on the governmental level members of European Blockchain Partnership. What is the purpose of the partnership is to define, how can I move this? To define use cases which were already mentioned by the Commissioner and okay. But this is only the beginning. European Blockchain Services Infrastructure. It is also the title of this event today, Building European Blockchain Infrastructure. It is very important to have a common infrastructure for different types of services, for different types of activities that can be linked to the infrastructure, which has to be interoperable, has to be cross-border functioning, and has to be also spread or widened into the other areas, not only these areas, but as first 4 services that we defined to develop on this infrastructure are self-sovereignty identity. It means that we are going to develop the projects, the pilot project, how to build the infrastructure that would be able to organize the recognition of ID, not being necessary on the spot or not necessary with the video verification as some of the countries have already the solution. Then about the authentication and notarization. It is very important to know that some notary records will be put on blockchain infrastructure, but it will not diminish the role of notariats, it will not diminish the role of any intermediary that has the status by the law. Then diplomas were already mentioned. We will have later a debate on the panel how to register diplomas, how to register the knowledge. It is very important that employees are having access to employment, and it's easier and it's more simple to get to the labor market and to get new jobs. This is the first point, and the second point, it decreases the costs of employers because it's more traceable. It is the concept is that the records that we put on blockchain are safe and trustful. Then taxation. We have strong activity from World Trade Organization. They are integrating blockchain into the monitoring of the taxation, and we know that the European Commission or the European Union loses 295 billion of euro yearly because of the tax avoidance. And this technology has an aim to decrease these losses for with the monitoring of taxation. So the European Court of Auditors, and this is the most interesting project, European Court of Auditors developed the platform on blockchain which will enable the traceability of the records of invoices, of payments from the budget, public budgets, and also it is intended to simplify cohesion policy processes. It is very important to introduce or integrate blockchain into cohesion policy instruments or system of implementation because it is traceable, it is more able to be controlled, and we don't need 4 eyes principle in this. This is first thing. Then, okay. We already heard about European Blockchain Observatory and Forum. Apart from European Commission, European Parliament adopted the resolution on DLT and blockchain. What is very important, it gave the recommendations to member states how to regulate and how to deal with blockchain issues. Also was mentioned UNECE and what we did for UNECE. Also Mr. Inon Schenker is here, he will explain later about the activity. But we prepared a chapter for the white paper. White paper was called Blockchain for Trade Facilitation. And at the chapter there are 17 sustainable development goals and use cases how to solve each SDG with the blockchain technology, how to impact, how to achieve the impact with the blockchain technology to solve sustainable development goals challenges. Others, maybe I can mention, I was 1 month ago, no, 14 days ago in one big ICAO, this is International Civil Aviation Organization. And what was interesting, it was not a question about regulation, it was not a question about to use blockchain or not, because it is already the system that the aviation is using. It is only the question what power are the regulators prepared to share with their communities? And this was a very important message also for us, because we in Slovenia are preparing a law on blockchain, and we already created the community, what was mentioned before. We are preparing the law, and we first wanted to focus on regular regulation, how to regulate fintech, how to regulate the taxation, how to regulate the income from ICO. But then the question is now not how to regulate the specific things, but how to go wider and how to cover different areas to have maybe blockchain for all the industries that is relevant or that are relevant and can be implemented here with this technology. We also launched the call for projects at the Ministry of Economy, and the call was structured like this. It was focused on Industry 4.0, also blockchain, artificial intelligence, and IoT, and so on. But on the other hand, it requested also the answer or the response of that technology to the sustainable pillars. This was economic, social, and environmental sustainability. And I have to say that from it was for 9 areas of smart specialization, and there are 60% of the projects that planned use of blockchain, mostly for traceability, mostly in their value chains or supply chains to trace the resources and the knowledge. And there were 64% planning of using the artificial intelligence. So if we put this all together, we can have great results, and I'm hardly waiting for those projects to be implemented. As the last, okay, what to say about the challenges? I already mentioned we had one challenge, how to put that regulation for different sectors. First we thought to prepare a regulatory sandbox for fintech, but then with those projects and those industrial pillars, we found out that the regulation or sandbox shall be defined for more industries, for more marginal projects on blockchain, and for more answers that regulators shall look for with the companies. Then the other challenge was how to define digital entity. Digital entity as a focus point which can solve or which will create the regulatory framework with which we can solve taxation, ID, and so on. We are thinking about defining distributed autonomous organization as digital entity in the legislation. The third thing is blockchain as social innovation. It was already said a lot about humanization of technology, about human beings, about the human response. But it is really the case, you know, because blockchain we cannot treat anymore just like only like technology, but we can treat it like a state of mind, like a form of collaboration, like a way of behaving and a way of thinking. So we think that this is the best solution for the new economy. And I will finish here with this because concerning that human or the other part of the technology that can be answered by sustainable and durable activities, I will speak I will read now Ms. Maria Ceccarelli's speech, which explains how United Nations Economic Commission for Europe sees blockchain in the heart of Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you for your attention for my presentation, and now I will move to her. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very grateful for the opportunity to offer brief observations about the topic of your very timely forum. Blockchain is one of the most talked about topics in the sphere of information technology and facilitation of electronic businesses. In fact, in addition to the cryptocurrency applications, there are many possibilities to use such technology, as you are surely aware, to achieve policy or business targets. This includes, for instance, to ensure the security of electronic exchanges, to ensure that the original message has not been tampered with, to increase trustworthiness through the distributed nature of the exchanges. Like UNECE in the United Nations, many agencies have started to explore the potential of this technology, which promises to bring support to our core work. Blockchain implementation can contribute to the achievement of several United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Some blockchain applications include the establishment of identities, for example, for the refugees, the tracking of information linked to identities related to health and social benefits, the distribution of resources, financial and material support, in the tracing of goods and their content and original source. It is important to bear in mind through the several challenges are out there. For a start, it is not given that its benefits would be shared by all, which call for investments in education and infrastructure and appropriate competition and regulatory policies, while other challenges are related to privacy of data, computational costs, energy consumption. And the interoperability will also be a key issue. We have been looking extensively into this, and UNCFACT has prepared 2 white papers on blockchain. The white paper overview on blockchain presents the main aspects of blockchain and its functioning in an attempt to create a common understanding and the basis for future of work on this topic. Its main focus is on the application of blockchain and distributed ledger technology to trade. But this can also be applied to other areas such as humanitarian relief or secure identities. The white paper on standards discusses what standards are necessary for blockchain application developers and underlines the challenges of interoperability between ledgers, both at the security level and at data exchange level. It concludes the needs for a reference architecture for the exchange of data, as well as clear semantics like those developed by UNCFACT. These white papers are accompanied by extensive study of sectoral specific uses of blockchain, potential contribution to these areas of activity, supplemented by use cases from the industry to demonstrate the benefits they were able to obtain from this technology. I look forward to the perspectives presenting during this event. I have to say, in addition to this, that white paper was adopted at the plenary session during the Day of Cities in Geneva from 8th to 9th of April this year, and also Slovenian use cases and Tolar use case, which will have the launch today, was presented as a best practice for many sustainable development goals and in many areas that can contribute to safe, sustainable and stable business environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina. Well, one of the purposes we gather here today is also to launch a Tolar HashNet test, blockchain of new generation. So I'm inviting to the stage the experts, the masterminds behind this new revolutionary technology to show us how it really works. Please join me on the stage, Mr. Josip Maričević, founder and CTO of Tolar HashNet, Mr. Dražen Kapusta, founder and principal of Tolar HashNet, and Mr. Zoran Đorđević, board member and CEO of Tolar HashNet.
Thank you all for coming. I hope you will see that this might be a historical moment from thousands of blockchains which are working or not working. We develop something new, like we think that this is the best technology now in the world, and we will show in this presentation why this is true. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Zoran Đorđević, CEO of Tolar HashNet. Before we officially start with the demonstration of our testnet, I would just like to share with you a short history how we came to the idea of developing such a wonderful project. So if you don't know, there is a school standing behind the project which is called Cultural Business School from Zagreb, and a couple of years ago we introduced a course called Digital Transformation in our curriculum. And then there was a small part dedicated to blockchain technology, and at that point of time, we were trying to see why this blockchain technology was not widely adopted by the governments, by the industry experts, and to see how we can help bringing this technology to the wider adoption. We sat together with a team from the tech guys and mathematicians to see how we can resolve all the issues that blockchain was facing then, but is facing even today in terms of scalability, speed, electrical consumption, and data storage. And actually, sometimes around this part of the year, in 2018, we demonstrated our working prototype, which showed 150,000 transactions per second on 10 master nodes. Then we were disputed by some of the tech guys saying that it will never work if we increase the number of nodes. So we did the same thing in June last year with 100 nodes spread across the whole continents, and we achieved again 160-something thousand TPS. And we said this year is the year of the mainnet launch. So what we are doing today is actually presenting you the testnet, something that you will be able to experience on your own to see if we can sustain this speed that we are promising, that we can work with this kind of throughput and scalability we are promising. And in June, we will launch our mainnet, which will be ready to onboard not just the industry, but also the governments. So by saying this, I would like to hand over this podium to Josip to show you how our testnet works. Thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Josip Maričević, CTO and co-founder of Tolar. The original plan for today was just to focus on the testnet, but now before the event, talking with some of you in the audience, I saw that some of are not so familiar with Tolar, so I'll quickly, in a few minutes, cover what Tolar really is and what sets it apart from the other networks. Okay, so for all of you who are not familiar, Tolar is not just another cryptocurrency, but a completely new platform with following characteristics. It's scalable, meaning that it was built to handle over 200,000 transactions per second. And as Zoran mentioned, this is like a theoretical limit that we calculated, and for now on we managed to prove up to 150,000 transactions. It's fair because no individual can manipulate the order of transactions, as is possible if some of the classical proof-of-work currencies, where miners get to decide what transactions they choose and in which order. And it's fast because it does not require miners to create a chain of blocks in order to record transactions. It also helps that our algorithm uses something called virtual voting and reduced redundancy gossip, but that's not something we're going to focus on today. And of course, it's secure due to the power of distributed consensus algorithms. And the last but not least, it is energy efficient, and that is something that some of you already focused on in your speeches today. If you watch some statistics, you know that according to the last year, just Bitcoin mining uses more electricity than 159 countries in the world. And this is just the beginning. For everybody, it's quite obvious that this is not sustainable. So first of all, let's start at the current state of the blockchain, which has major scalability issues. During peak hours, Bitcoin transactions were costing around $40 if you wanted to make sure that they're processed in the next block or two. When Bitcoin hit the newspapers, the TV outlets and so on before 2 years during the major run, transactions were waiting for several days in the pool before being picked up by the miners. Of course, the similar thing is with Ethereum. There is an example we all like to use, the CryptoKitties, a virtual card trading game that literally brought the Ethereum network down to its knees the week it came out. Now, of course, there are some proposed solutions, but none of them are still viable. There is one segment, but this is just buying more time. It's increasing by 25% the throughput, and there are some second layer proposals which theoretically can scale the blockchain throughput by a huge factor, but at the same time you lose all the good properties of blockchain. That means people open private channel, and then nobody else except them can verify that. And if you're using that, then you can just use any of the old centralized systems. Blockchain is not required for that. So, how are we solving the throughput problem? As I mentioned, with these proposed solutions from the other network, we wanted to create a new algorithm that keeps all the positive properties of blockchain, but solves the things that we think are currently the problem, that are keeping it from being used widely. So we keep the decentralization, we keep the transparency, we keep the pseudo-anonymity, but at the same time that we have a really low time to finality in the order of a few seconds. For example, with Bitcoin, if you want it to actually become a worldwide currency system, who wants to go buy a coffee and wait for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes for the payment to be verified? And of course, that the fee costs more than the coffee itself. Okay, so this is the basic of what Tolar exactly is, and now I'll focus on the actual testnet that we are planning on working today. So, as Zoran said, we progressed quite a lot in the last year and a half. We did an MVP in June last year, which is a little less than 1 year ago. Then we did a much bigger one, the much bigger demonstration in September. But MVP is just that, it's a minimum viable product. It's not something that people can actually use. So there was still a lot of, between us and the product that is actually user-friendly. However, we've now actually done it, and we're in our last stretch now before the releasing the mainnet. So what exactly will our testnet contain? You will be able to do transactions, you will have RPC API, you will be able to have master nodes. Also, in this testnet, especially because of this criticism that you will not be able to handle a big number of master nodes, for the testnet, everybody who downloads the client will be able to actually be the master node without any special staking, just to prove that the network can handle a much bigger load. Of course, when we launch mainnet, then you will need to stake actual dollars that will have some value to become a part of the voters, part of the network that actually verifies. And the second thing, now also for the most currencies, when they were launched, they had just text daemon, some process that was running in background, and the only people who are able to use it are the experts who can open the terminal and go connect and work through the text commands. Now we also wanted to make sure that our community and everybody who's interested is able to use it from the get-go. So we've developed the official use wallet that you'll be able to use with graphical user interface. And we'll go through that later. And also now the plan, the things that we're finalizing now, the mainnet and the Chain Explorer. For now, there is no graphical version of the Chain Explorer. You can check the states of the blocks and so on through the API. And there was a little change in the AVM. For those of you who follow us, remember that our plan was to originally deploy the mainnet, and then after the mainnet do the virtual machine and smart contracts integration. But since we saw that this is basically the biggest interest in everybody, because like who needs 200,000 transactions per second just for financial transactions? Like even Visa does not do that. But in this case, there are lots of applications running games and so on. And that's where each of these transactions is a state change in this virtual machine. So we decided to speed up things a little and integrated EVM, which will also be available even ahead of the plan in our first version of mainnet to be released at the end of second quarter. So from now on, Tolar HashNet testnet will be tested by all interested community members. And of course, our investors will definitely have a priority. They will be the first ones to get the download daemons and the wallets. And soon after that, we'll update our web to include the info and all the downloads needed. So all of you who want to try it out, just join our social media channels or refresh our web, and you'll be able to check it out yourselves. Also, regarding the availability, we're currently supporting Windows, Linux, and macOS, which we think covers 99% of the use cases. So. And as for the developers, who I heard there are some of the interested developers today, we have the Remix development environment, which will be able to connect to your local Tolar node, and then you will be able to develop smart contracts and dApps in Solidity using your Tolar node. So, as mainnet is launched and even upgraded, parallelly with launching mainnet, there will always be a corresponding version of this testnet as it is now, where the whole community can play and test out the features without actually losing the money. Now, all the developers know that when you're developing something, there is a lot of bugs, you need to test out things, break things. So in order not to, let's say, lose real dollars in some infinite loops and so on, the testnet will always follow the mainnet. So even while the mainnet is on, you'll be able to use the testnet with the same features, with the same Solidity version and so on. And also your feedback even from this first testnet is very important to us. And we'll we'll fix all the bugs before the mainnet release that you report to us. Feel free to report it to our mail, to our Telegram, to any of our social media channels. And of course, not just the bugs, but like any of the, let's say, nice to have. You said this would be nice to have. I would like if you had this, and so on. And of course, according to depending on the resources and so on, we'll try to implement all of it. Like, if you've been following us, you know that from the beginning of the ICO, our community has been one of the most important. Basically, our community is our customer. So, and as they say, customer is always right. So, we're looking forward to everybody, especially the developers, trying out our new Tolar testnet. Now, this is something that's also maybe more for the developers. I will not bother the general audience. We'll have an interactive workshop later, so we'll go through all of these things. And this is important, let's say, for everybody. So this is a general comparison of things that that is the most popular chains now available. As you can see, we have Bitcoin, which had like 7 transactions per second. Now with Bitcoin, with Segwit, it's around 9. Then we have IOTA, which is a few hundred transactions per second. And the most popular Ethereum, for which most of you heard, which is 20 transactions per second. And we have already demonstrated 150,000 transactions per second, and that will be just in the first version. Of course, later on, we will keep improving both the security, scalability, and speed. And of course, since it's a proof-of-stake system, you will be able to run masternodes. So the masternodes are actually the servers and the computers which participate in consensus itself. So for those of you who are interested in having a masternode, it's probably the time to start collecting your collateral. And you will also, this whole masternode setup thing, you will be able to always test it out on the testnet and try it out to make your own masternode. So you're sure you do not lose any dollars while doing that. And now something, this is the first preview of the Tolar wallet for everybody. So nobody except the development team saw that. This is the graphical user interface for the Tolar wallet. So I'll just shortly go through some of the screens, and of course, later when we put it on our webpage, you'll be able to download it yourself. This is the onboarding screen. You have the create a new wallet, which creates new key pair, or restore existing wallets in case you already had it on your computer, to import key file, and so on. And this is the main, let's say, dashboard, the home screen. On the right side, you have the graph. It's a graph of how the price is going on. It's aggregating the price from all the exchanges. On the left is your total number of dollars in your wallet across all the addresses you have. Down you see the transactions, the most recent transactions. Up there, there is the sync status. And of course, you have some info about network, how much masternodes, how much peers are you connected to, what is your network connectivity, and so on. So this is the screen. As you know yourself, especially the ones that use some of the cryptocurrencies, is different outputs. So Tolar is based on unspent transaction output model, which means that the outputs are tracked, not a counting model like where you have just one balance book and the account for who has how much money, but it has the outputs, and each output is spent, and you can trace its whole history. That's why it's especially good for some of those, let's say, use cases where you need to track things and so on. So here you have your complete wallet divided by outputs, each of addresses for which you control the private key, how much you have on which address. You can also, if you want, for traceability purposes, let's say, or anonymity purposes, if you want to just send, you can just send some amount of dollars, and then the wallet will choose the outputs by order. But if you, for any reason, don't want maybe somebody to connect that you're the owner of both outputs, you can just select, I want to send just from, let's say, second output for $100 Dražen, and in that case, nobody knows that the first output where there is 245 also belongs to me. Okay, so we have the transaction details here. Of course, all the usual stuff. Again, more of the technical details, the ID, the hash, the things that keep the blockchain from being tampered with and so on. But also important for developers because, as we said, not all transactions are financial transactions. Some of the transactions are state changes in the let's say the app or smart contract itself. So it's important to be able to see all the data. Okay, so here we have the generate address screen. This is, now you can see this is the general format of Tolar addresses. It has T at the beginning for the easy recognition, so when you're going through the hundreds of addresses, you can easily spot the Tolar ones. And the second, that's maybe important thing, it's 25 bytes as compared to Ethereum 20 bytes, because we have 4-byte checksum. So meaning that, like even if you type it wrong or copy-paste, you miss one sign, the address will be able, the Tolar will be able to recover it. So it contains some, let's say, checksum that is able to verify that you never type in the wrong address. Then, of course, the receiving part, you're able to create a new address, select any of the already existing addresses with some output, send it to someone, give them the QR code and so on. Same goes for sending. And of course, like you all seen, this is now the dark mode. For those of you with Macs or with Windows and so on, there will also be the light version, the light mode of the wallet, so you'll be able to choose yourself the one you want. So in general, that's the short presentation for the testnet itself. Of course, we all look forward to you coming to our channel, to our website, and downloading the client, and of course, making as much transactions as possible on our testnet. And now we have the time for any questions you have regarding this. Yeah, go ahead.
Ethereum virtual machine is not very efficient, and there are plans to replace it with Ethereum version of WebAssembly machine, which is very optimized, and WebAssembly language is target of compilers from many advanced languages. Now it has very good tools because it is standard for web, etc. And some other blockchains also go now to versions of beta virtual machines, including WebAssembly.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned that. So the main logic behind this, when we started working of, is like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So as you said yourself, yeah, some of the people had complaints both about security, the features, and so on. However, there is also a lot of developers using Solidity. At the time we started, like a year and a half, even more, 2 years ago, it was something that looked most promising for us to deliver an ecosystem, to have like an app. And the second thing, not just that, but let's say there are lots of real-world apps that are on Ethereum, and they all want to be, if you watch their website, they all want to be like worldwide solution for, I don't know, exchanging this, exchanging that, for trading card game and so on. And using this will also enable those kind of, let's say, already existing games, platforms, and so on, to easily port to Tolar, like CryptoKitties that we mentioned. So they will be able, with 1 or 2 workdays, they need to change the address check codes and so initializations, but otherwise they can just port the copy-paste the code and run it on Tolar network. So that was mostly the reasoning behind this. But as you said yourself, and we're actually already working on that and studying that. So every virtual machine basically needs for input just the ordered set of events, let's say. And when we were working on our API for interaction between Tolar core consensus algorithm, which produces some ordered events, and Ethereum virtual machine, we did exactly that. So we made the API abstract as possible, that we're easily able to integrate the other virtual machines later on. And you just mentioned the WebAssembly. That is exactly the next machine that we plan to integrate in the version 1.1 or 1.2 of the test. So hope that answers your question. Yeah, go ahead.
Proof of stake. So what is it now?
Yeah, so the public network is of course proof of stake, because what would, in a public setting, like the whole world, what would the proof of authority mean? It would mean that you'd have to register at some, let's say, central authority, right? So the public Tolar network itself is proof of stake. You will have to stake $500,000 to have a masternode, which are a collateral also for how your node is behaving. However, as Tade mentioned, and Dražen and Zoran, we are also working on some specific solutions that are, let's say, in-house for some specific governments and so on. And for those kind of solutions, you're able to deploy the Tolar network as a proof of authority network. Because in a private setting, let's say in the Ministry of Culture or so on, we just want to have our internal network. Proof of stake does not make much sense, right? What are you staking? So for the closed networks and these solutions, pilots that we're working on, it's mainly proof of authority. Yeah, go ahead.
Alexander Zidanšek from Jožef Stefan International Postgraduate School. First, congratulations for a very nice system, which is obviously among leading in the world. My question is, how do you plan to protect this system against the quantum security threats like Shor algorithms and similar?
So that is a thing for future, but we have a proposed, let's say, we have a proposed system working now. We have some cooperation that is currently in progress with Astra satellites located in Luxembourg. I don't know if you know, but they're now working on something called Skylight. It's used for, it's basically used for quantum key distribution. And there will be, in the next 3 years, they plan to launch their first satellites, which will be then able to distribute the keys to different nodes. So it's still in progress, but we've already been there. We've done some work with them, the presentations. They also would be really, they would really like to have some blockchain as an example as well. So the plan is to do first, of course, a pilot network where we will do this. So it kind of continues to this question. The network then could become partially proof of authority, where the masternodes get the key by quantum secure way. So by using their Skylight, the keys are distributed quantum secure to the nodes, which participate in consensus, of course. And then just then the symmetrical algorithm like ICE is used for communication between those nodes. And since it's not asymmetrical, then quantum computers can do much about it, pretty much. And of course, that is one of solutions, but that solution does require some, let's say, hardware solution. And we also have the second thing that we're looking at, in case this postpones too much or it goes too slow. It's simply using different, there are some proposed, as you probably know yourself, there are some proposed algorithms which are not based on the elliptic curve, which can also be broken by Shor's algorithm. So we're looking into implementing one of them. But for now, it looks like this with Astra satellites will be the first pilot project that will be proving the quantum, let's say, resistance. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Thanks. Carmen Benitez. My question is, what's next in terms of working with developers on top of your foundation? What types of pilot projects are you looking for? You know, what areas are you focused on geographically as well as by industry within the public sector?
Well, generally very interested in all kinds of solutions, but the ones that we're mainly focused now, because of course the resources are limited, are mostly government-based solutions. So it's like, let's say, the tracking systems, the databases where it's important that there is no central authority that can change things. So the systems where there is no trust in anybody, and the tracking system. So this is the thing we're mostly working on. But an interesting thing would maybe be, as for geographical, I don't know if you've been following our channels or something. We did the national blockchain strategy for Mauritius like a few months ago. And for them, we also suggested several of their services that they will be able to port to blockchain. And those services range like from the land registry, vehicle identification plates, and so on. So we would say that the focus is mostly Europe, Asia, and Africa for now. And we're looking mostly at the government partnerships. But of course, we're open to any good suggestions. Also, some of us are on this Telegram channel, so if you come there, contact the admins, and you have an interesting proposal, somebody is sure to get back to you.
Hi, my name is Mohamed Tukanovic from the Blockchain Laboratory from University of Maribor. You say in a consortium or private network, you would switch to proof of authority. And if I want to set up a new business case for a consortium or private idea, then I can choose right between Ethereum, which also can be forked and set it up to proof of authority, which then again is fast enough for such a case, and then use Tolar HashNet. So what's the benefit in such cases for somebody thinking about setting a consortium about should I use Tolar HashNet or Ethereum, which is also can be set up as a proof of authority, still is fast enough and is checked up and developed by hundreds of people all around the world, and then I have a Tolar HashNet. So what would you say? What's the
yeah, as well, if let's say you have that kind of private network where you get Ethereum and the Ethereum throughput is fast enough, you don't have any special advantage to using Tolar except maybe the time to finality. So since we're using a different type of consensus algorithm, time to finality is, let's say, in order of a few seconds. In general, like in this, it will be 2 to 3 seconds, but in closed networks, it will be like maybe 1 second, even sub-second. But yeah, in general, if like you need a let's say 100 transactions per second that Ethereum can provide in the private setting, then yeah, you don't have any special advantages. However, we talked with some of the people Here I'll just show you one specific example. They did exactly that. They wanted, they were doing a blockchain pilot for the group of banks, and they wanted to replace their internal settlement system with Ethereum. So basically what they did, they put the Ethereum, forked it, put it in their private setting, and run it parallel with their legacy system for some months, and everything was correct and so on. But there is a lot of times they hit the wall regarding that. So they even did some optimizations, and still it was too low for their, let's say, internal needs between their group. So these are the cases that would be maybe more lucrative for this solution. But if like Ethereum is good enough for you, then yeah, there is no special advantage.
I thank you all for your questions. We will still have the time to maybe pass it on afterwards during the coffee break. Also, there will going to be a workshop afterwards after the coffee break at 2 o'clock. I don't know, I think they had to apply for it. Otherwise, the workshop is going to take place in the first floor afterwards.
Okay, so not to take up more time, feel free to catch me afterwards when you have a break or something. And thank you.
So now it's the time to start with the first panel of the day, blockchain infrastructure for public and private services. I would like to call to the stage again Mr. Slapnik, who's going to moderate the panel to introduce us the guests who are going to take part.
Thank you, Nina. I would like to call the panelists. Isidor, if you can help me with the television, and one more chair we will need. I'm calling Noordung Huba, a member of European Blockchain Partnership, to join me here. Mrs. Alice Cheng, Director of the Office of Science and Technology, Executive Yuan from Taiwan, please. Mr. Grigor Novak from Sun Contract, and Mr. Bojan Hadžić-Sejdić from NEFOS Croatia, Director, please. Okay, because two of our panelists have the presentations to share with us, we will start first with Mrs. Chen, that I would like to ask you to present what activities are you doing in Taiwan on the field of blockchain technologies. Please.
start. You know, the global blockchain development has evolved from cryptocurrencies to financial and multiple applications. So to Taiwan, so I will introduce you the application in Taiwan. And in Taiwan, the government's efforts in blockchain, we have 3 organizations in charge of blockchain development. The first is Post, is my working for. They enhance, apply the blockchain to enhance the protection and the authorization in the bioinformatics. So I will continue. The second one is the National Development Council. It will develop the technology, the blockchain technology to enhance the government, public governance. The next one is the Ministry of the Economy Affairs. It, to propose the blockchain innovation economy, the ecosystem for the industry. So there are 3 organizations in Taiwan involved in the blockchain development. So I will continue the industry ecosystem.
There's something happening now.
I suggest that we will have a 2-minute break in order that Isidore will manage one of the computers. 2 minutes. If you now can help me to invite people inside, please. Do we have the microphone? Okay, we have it. All right. And I made one mistake. I know that I should have 5 panelists here, and I would like to ask Mr. Schenker from VP Impact Investment and Blockchain Innovation, Singularity Technology Group from Israel to join us also here. Please. Ms. Chang, I'm apologizing in the name of the organizers. Obviously, we have a lot of technological knowledge here, but still we have some bugs on the computer. If I would like, I would really like to call you all back into the hall. And Ms. Chen, please, you can start from the start.
Go back to my slide. This one is my outlines and the global blockchain development. And this is, I tell you the 3 organizations in Taiwan for the blockchain business. So need to repeat? Okay. So this slide is talking about the blockchain development in Taiwan industry. There are many companies involved invested in the ecosystem, including some well-known international companies. There are 3 layers. On the bottom there is core technology, and middle one is solution provider, and on the top is the application services. And you can see the Taiwan blockchain industry ecosystem has been flourishing over the years with participants from various sectors. So there are 4 examples I will introduce later. The first example is establishment of the trustworthy T-road. This T-road is sponsored by the government, as I mentioned before, the National Development Council. The T-road, based on the blockchain technology and the government backbone network, the T-road can connect the database of the government agency to establish a secure and reliable data collection mechanism. So this T-road based on the blockchain technology and government backbone network. In 2020, Taiwan government will issue the e-ID, it means digital identity card. It will realize the Taiwan smart government, including the intelligence services, shorten administrative procedures, and 80% public services will be online, and the e-voting will realize, and so on. Next, 3 examples is present the industry, the company's example. The first one is food traceability system. In Taiwan, there is a company called O-Team. It built this system and called O-Chain. There are thousands of the food suppliers in this system, and it works as an indelible ledger of all transactions, so can keep them transparent and safe. And the third company example is for the public crowdfunding platform. They build this system and platform. Each user can instantly present it through images. And so the donor can clearly see how and where the sponsor used the donation. So this is the company called Udeležba. The next example is the healthcare data management. Taiwan's blockchain, this is a startup company called BTCO, developed this platform and integrate the data collected from the hospital or the sport health devices, just like this, or the health checkpoints into the blockchain. So this system it allows patients to take back their data rights and can decide who they want to share the data with. This is the healthcare data management in Taiwan. That's the slide I will let you know. Taiwan is doing in the future of development of blockchain application. It focus on three directions. One is the public sector governance. For example, the smart government that I mentioned before, and environment sustainability and digital diploma. The second one is vertical trial sector. For example, the financial, logistic, for traceability, just like the auditing, and the medical care. And the next one is the infrastructure. So, for example, the ID management and the data security. So, this is the end of my presentation. Thanks for your listening.
I don't know if now we have a presentation of some contract. Not yet. That's why I will pass the word to. Please, Inon Schenker, if you can share some thoughts with you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be again in Slovenia. You know, there is a small museum in Ljubljana, which is just next to the Congress and the City Park. It's called the Museum of Illusions. So 10 years ago, if anybody would have said to anyone that a forum like this would meet here in this very important town, in this very important center, talking about blockchain, people would have said that's an illusion, that's something that is impossible, unbelievable. You know what, even 5 years ago. I bring to you greetings from a neighboring country to the EU, it's Israel. Israel is actually the only country that is exactly on the crossroads between Europe, Asia, and Africa. And so what I would like to share with you are some reflections. Specifically, we are talking about the European blockchain infrastructure that relate to that. But to explain a little bit about how a small country like mine, and I'm representing the private sector, I'm not representing the government of Israel or the state of Israel, but trying to actually lend a hand, an open hand of the Israeli entrepreneurship and the blockchain ecosystem to Europe and to our neighbors. 300 startups in Israel have been supported by over €500 million euros in the last 2 years in developing themselves to maturity. And I will only mention 3 examples of live projects, because you know, to be a startup and to develop and to think about ideas and to reach a proof of concept is one thing, but the question is how fast and far could you reach into having a project alive. So from Bangalore, which is one of the known exchanges, to Orbs, and to the Fini, the first smartphone that is completely blockchain-based. We can talk about a few examples, as well as the research institute that was opened just 2 months ago, 3 months ago at Tel Aviv University, which is the only institute at the moment of blockchain, studying blockchain applications. I would like to, however, relate my comments to the issue of the why are we doing what we are doing. I think the Commissioner had asked us to ask our question about people, and I would like to suggest that when we talk about blockchain technologies and people or blockchain technologies, it is important to perhaps mention another dimension that Israel is currently leading, specifically with the United Nations, but also with other collaborating countries, which is the blockchain technology for the Sustainable Development Goals. I think that we have all known those 17 goals, and the question is, how could we ask ourselves a second question to the one that the Commissioner had asked us to ask? And that is, you know, it's often said that we can hit with one stone 2 birds and kill them, but we have to ask ourselves why. Okay, we have the ability with the stone, but why do we want to kill 2 birds? So in other words, in everything that we develop under the blockchain technology title, maybe it is important to ask ourselves, for what? And here we are now discussing the European blockchain infrastructure. And you know, Roberto Viola, who is the Director General of the DG Connect, the Commission, had actually emphasized some of the points that I tried to allude to. And one of them was obviously the adding of more countries formally to join the networks that Europe has already established under blockchain and its opportunities for the future. He had called actually for more countries than just European countries or even neighboring countries. And so I'm very pleased to be in a forum that has Asians, Taiwan, thank you for your interesting presentation, and as well obviously of Europeans, and hopefully this would grow. And so I would like to offer, next to the sustainability, interoperability, and scalability, which have been mentioned as the key reasons to the question, why should we have a European blockchain infrastructure, perhaps another reason. And that is the ability of Europe, not the United States or Canada or many other countries, but Europe, with its neighboring countries, to actually pave the way for blockchain infrastructure in Europe to be the leading way for also looking towards developing countries. In other words, European infrastructure with blockchain in its essence could perhaps be the leading way to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. You know, at the end of the summer there will be, for the first time, the looking back 5 years into the SDGs. The story is not that cheerful. In other words, many countries have failed to advance themselves, and to other countries supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, we have to see that the indicators are there, but the attainment is not great. I'm a great believer in blockchain being the opportunity at our hand to actually fast-track the attainment of the SDGs. And together with a few people in this room, including Nina and Tade and others, we've already advanced this notion of how could we conceptualize blockchain towards the Sustainable Development Goals, including use cases in specific. And in that sense, I think that the World Blockchain Hub, led by Tade, perhaps is another opportunity to take on board, and I hope you will include in your agenda the stream work, the work stream. Thank you for actually reminding me of the fact that we have to work a lot in order to achieve all of this. To have that work stream devoted to the attainment of specifically goals number 8, which talk about decent work and economical growth. Goal number 9, that is all about industry, innovation, infrastructure, so the word innovation is there, and obviously 11 with sustainable cities, and 12, which is all about responsible consumption and communities. Because I think that we are developing a web of value. So the word value is there. So while value could be looked at in a very materialistic way or a bit in a philosophical way, and if peace has been mentioned as a value and people have been mentioned as a value, I really hope that the infrastructure that we are discussing today could actually be looking at peoples first, and that is all people at all continents and at all development stages who could actually benefit from the blockchain developments. And it's not, as I do come from private sector, philanthropy. We're talking about a double bottom line. If you're not familiar with the construct of the wording of double bottom line, every company would like to have its bottom line with a lot of profit. The second bottom line is impact. And if we're able to actually carry the opportunity and the future of blockchain technologies, the current and the future, to allow us actually to have also impact, I think that we should be seeing a world which will be not just a better one, but actually a connected one of all of us, technologies, developers, politicians, implementers, and all sectors, including government, the UN, private sector, and civil society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. Now we have Gregor Novak from Suncontract. Suncontract also have a PowerPoint. The platform that already challenging few of the SDGs. Please,
Thank you very much today. Thank you all. Our greetings from Sun Contract. So actually it's my pleasure to be here again because 2 years ago actually Sun Contract story officially was announced here in this round table when we announced that we are going to make a platform, energy marketplace on blockchain. And now after 2 years I can show you now some results already which we have done in these 2 years, and also the platform which is already operating 1 year and the results from operating platform 1 year. So because also yesterday it was the Earth Day, we should remember, we should know that we have just one Earth, and our goal is also to do something, to do this, like you said, not just second bottom line, but we actually want to have a positive impact on this Earth, so with renewables, with the clean energy, with activating people in this world to be more sustainable. So that's why we put a promo code here. You have Earth Day 2019 for new users who would like to join our platform. You can join, put the promo code, you get 10 euros in our STV tokens when you go in, so that you can enjoy Earth Day, so you can do your part with it. Okay, if I am going on, so about the Sun Contract, it's what is the goal of the Sun Contract? It's actually moving everything to renewables, sustainable world. We are on the part of energy, what is actually very essential for this world, especially with economic growth. We need more energy and of course more renewables. So Sun Contract is actually connecting this in a big worldwide marketplace of energy. You heard market. It's actually, I can say that we did first worldwide marketplace of energy, based of course on the blockchain, and which makes us possibilities of the new business models and a lot of opportunities from that. So this is what the Sun Contract is aiming to do: transparency, digitalization. We heard about this today. I will not repeat all this stuff, but one aim is, like Commissioner actually once again told us. So think about the people. Yes, we are coming from the people. We are coming from bottom and going up. So we want to. The main goal was 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when we got what we can do for the people, and the people can be part of this energy. So they can actually do by themselves. They can install, they can reuse, they can use, they can be self-sufficient, and they can even sell, and they can even give it for free. Also energy, electric energy. So this is, it was not possible yet, but now it's possible. So okay, this once again, Earth Day, we should keep in mind that we have just one Earth. Yes, about Sun Contract. It's now 1 year in operation. The platform was in April 13, was 1 year of operation. I can tell you that we did last year €1 million contract in the first let's say, even not one whole year, and this is going very, very well. So now after 1 year, of course, we have some results. We did also what we have. Also, we have fully functional energy marketplace, where you will see, this is the screenshot of the platform. You can see here maybe you can see that you can pay electricity by euros, by crypto, by STV tokens, by Ethereum. So you can use whatever for paying electricity. You can choose the sources. You can say, I just want to have hydro, I have wind, I want to have first priority is solar. So you can choose the sources. And of course, this is our marketplace, which is fully functional. You can see the orders from others, or you can give the orders. What you want to buy electricity for this price, or you can if you have a production, you can sell electricity for some amount of what price you show on the platform. And let's say you as a physical person, or you as a company, if you have production, you can you can give an offer for somebody else, and they can buy it for you. And this is automatically, you decide the price, and this is now operational. If you connect, you change kind of in Slovenia supplier, you can lose only 1 year, but now it's fully functional. So, yeah, of course, you can see the results, what you have agreed, and of course, you can use our service here in Slovenia right now. But we are not staying just in Slovenia. We are now working on 2 countries, European countries, to open our services this year. So we are working hard now to do this, and of course, we're adding a new services on the platform. What I want to say is that you as a customer, you are kind of, right now I want to say European customer, but I would like to say in the future you are a world customer. We are aiming to do, and we will do, that we will now, first of all, actually combine different European markets, Slovenian market, that's Austrian market, Italian market, German market, and so on, to one common retail energy market. So this is actually what nobody has done yet, that somebody on the retail price, you as a person from Vitanje, you can sell or buy energy from somebody from Austria. I am believing you, up to now you couldn't even buy it from your neighbor. Now, from some contract, you can buy from your neighbor energy, or you can sell. But now, next year, I'm promising you, in a year, we will do this within the different European countries. And of course, what is the limit? So this is the one of the services we are doing. And of course, besides those services, just to sell or buy, we are going to, this year, to announce new services that you can even give your infrastructure, your consumption side or your production side to system integrated. So you will be able to make money if you give your infrastructure to some contract as aggregator, and then some contract is actually helping the transmission system operator to operate whole region, whole Slovenia, or European wise. So, and from that amount, not now the big companies, but now also the normal people will be able to gain some benefit who are helping the systems running all around Europe. So these are so-called auxiliary services, and these services now are coming to the ordinary people, and some contract is bringing those services back. So if you join the some contract, let's say you have a heat pump at home, you can make money with your heat pump, even the heat pump is not running. So that's why, because heat pump in some cases can help the system or all Slovenia to operate, and that's why you get paid. So the some contract is bringing together different services, giving flexibility, giving democracy, and of course you are your own master of the energy. So this is the main point of the some contract. So you can here scan, you can join, you can actually benefit of our promo code for the Earth Day, and of course enjoy this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregor. I'm share the mic with Bojan. Bojan is a blockchain expert. We were together actually as a group of experts, particularly with his colleague Mauritius, when we were preparing the national blockchain strategy. Can you share a little bit with us which first public services have the potential to be developed, and also the second is also the topic of the panel question, how the countries should move thinking about the national blockchain infrastructure.
Thank you, Daniel, for inviting me for being here. Warm greetings from my side as well. As I said, I'm one of the owners of a company called Vasi in Croatia. And before going to the answering your questions, I'm really amazed. And on one hand side, I'm actually sad to see that with only 2 hours drive from Zaradi, with all the cross-border issues we have today, it's only 2 hours drive, and still a huge gap between even what Slovenia is doing and what we in Croatia are doing. And I guess none of those countries, out of those 2 are Croatia. not yet. That's what I'm thinking. I'll come back to that later on. What national governments could do or should do in terms of providing infrastructure. But going back for your question about the public services and the scenarios we have worked on in Mauritius, we started with a kind of list of 70 different scenarios. And to different mechanisms, we narrowed down those 70 to 40 different scenarios which blockchain can actually give some additional value if those services are going to be applied using blockchain technology. That's one perspective. And second perspective, in order to prioritize those 40 projects, 40 scenarios, we did 5 different metrics applied to that one. And one of those metrics was actually applying alignment with sustainable development goals. How many SDGs out of those 70s actually we can help being solved by deploying services on blockchain technologies. Some of them were like impact on people in Africa, going back to the Commission especially, what we can do in terms of having people-centric approach. That was one of the scenarios there as well. And we came down to, as I said, 40 different scenarios put in priority order. And if I'm not mistaken, top 2 or 3 were land registries. So there is a huge issue in Mauritius in terms of illegal trading of the properties, because people tamper kind of identification number on paper being issued by the official authorities, and before that one being sent by public notary, someone actually is playing with the identification numbers, so you end up buying some other person's, like singing to myself. So you end up buying different properties. That was one of the scenarios. And second big scenario was getting the approval or verification of all different kind of official papers, like certificates, starting from birth certificate, marriage certificate, death certificate, and so on. The scenario goes on and on. And the third one, which I remember was quite interesting, is this going back to the supply chain. So one of the scenarios government wants to track is to trace origins of the food being produced in farms in Mauritius, served other than resorts, which is quite a huge revenue generated for Mauritius, or being sold in supermarkets to the general audience. Those kind of services, now we can go, in different directions, but those services are primary one in which we have identified to the project we have been spending there. And that was the question. And what we realized is that Mauritius is quite advanced in terms of where they are currently standing in all the global indexes. I was really surprised to see how Africa as a continent is performing, especially when we have kind of a prejudice going from the European Union countries to some kind of other parts of the world, and we were really surprised to see how they are performing in different number of different aspects. One of the things they are quite well already is kind of interoperability scenarios. They have fully operational kind of government gateway, which we call info highway, for the transactional data between different government institutions. And the interoperability is given in all the services they are currently producing there. When we talked about those 2, 3, 4, 5 different blockchain-based scenarios, what we immediately realized and actually transferred that message to the government officials was, if you are going to start developing your services based on different blockchain technologies, you will end up losing whatever you have already invested into interoperable scenarios. And what we propose to them is actually build a national blockchain infrastructure with the primary focus on private blockchain infrastructure using proof of authority consensus mechanisms. So that's something which resonated quite well with the government of Mauritius. That's something which they are considered to build as one of the first countries in the world. Not even that, by establishing that kind of infrastructure, apart from developing services we have identified with the project, they're also able to boost the local software economy with local partners who are then going to produce and build those services and kind of make the package like good exporting product from Mauritius to other sub-Saharan countries, African countries, or even globally. That's what I think EU has also the huge opportunity to do if we start today.
Thank you, Bojan. Now we have Nena Dukuzov, which is a member of the European Blockchain Partnership, and I will just continue because I know that after a few of the pilot services that are in the phase of development in the European Union, now we are reaching the moment, I think it will be this year, that national public blockchain infrastructure will be started to be developed, also not just on national but also on European level. How here Slovenia but also other member states can we progress, what can we expect, and which activities should be foreseen?
Okay, thank you, Tadej. As I told before and connected to Bojan's speech now, maybe just to summarize, what are we doing at the European Blockchain Partnership, and what will be the activities in the future period? Now, first task was to define those 4 pilot projects. Now, we are in a way to define the content of pilot projects to be developed on European Blockchain Partnership infrastructure. The plan is first to develop the rules, to develop the content, and to define the terms for public call for projects. The focus is to build the general European blockchain infrastructure, but then to build the national nodes which will be interoperable and compatible with the blockchain infrastructure on the European level and cross-border. And this is very important for all the countries that are going to be in step with the European Union here. And it is also very important for your country to go in parallel with the development of national blockchain infrastructure, because the standards that will be developed inside of that in terms of references and so on, that standards will be valid then for all European Union and abroad. And we now have half a year. In that half a year, we have to define terms of reference, and then after half a year, I suppose the call will be public because the Commission succeeded to assure money from connecting European facility. As the Commissioner mentioned before, there are 2 main sources of financing on the European level. First is H2020, Horizon 2020. It depends how many countries are creating the consortium to apply for the project. The second is Connecting European Facility Instrument. It was earlier more for the road infrastructure, for the ports, airports, and so on. And now it is more and more turning into IT and into the telecom sector, also energy efficiency sector, and it will cover those types of projects. It is very important that a group of member states can or has to create the consortium to develop the project and then to participate in the call for projects. So it will be a very demanding task because every member state has its own standards according to the level of development of IT infrastructure. It has its own legislation in different areas, also taxation and so on. And it's very important also that international organizations, for example, I mentioned World Trade Organization, they will have to comply to the requirements if they want to trade. So it's very important to integrate the blockchain into e-commerce that they are promoting and they are developing all over the world. So it is the same for Mauritius, for example, it's the same for Israel, it's the same for Switzerland, and it's the same for Korea, Taiwan, and so on. Here it will be very important for the states, cross-border and distant states, to adopt their IT infrastructure to assure interoperability with the European ones. And it would be for the first step. The second step is very important to define another set. The Commission is calling them use cases, but there are not use cases, but the industrial verticals. For example, we have e-health that was developed by the Commission and it was developed by member states, and we have to go a step further. We have, I don't know, supply value chains that will be very important for traceability, for creating a safe environment and protection for the consumers. We will have to be very conscious about intellectual property. It's very connected also to the SDGs because of the human rights, because of the equal opportunity, social inclusion, and so on. And what is very important is to, in the next step, to identify which services can be implemented on blockchain and they can show better efficiency on blockchain.
Now, because we have a time limitation, we will open space for some questions from the audience. We have Mr. Hoping You with us to help also to give some answers in the name of Taiwan. If some question is here. Yes, please. Can you pass the mic, please?
You have it there.
Okay, then without mic.
Carmen Benitez, Fetch Blockchain. My question is, it's exciting that we have all these different types of initiatives, happening in the European Union and through the European Blockchain Partnership. Within the European Blockchain Partnership itself, is there any type of technology sandbox for the purpose of developers to come in and try to work alongside regulators from across the different European Union country states and those outside of that, to be able to keep progress in this space when it comes to development, as well as to give the regulators a chance to have standards looked at in a different way, separate from what current standards are when it comes to regulation.
This is the question.
Thank you, Carmen. It was a debate on the European level, and it is like this. The Commission created the European Blockchain Partnership, but it created also INADBA. This is the international organization for the big companies, for the developers, for the organizations that are specialized for blockchain, and also others, maybe auditing institutions and so on. And this organization will help to set an orientation into the regulatory framework. It is not necessarily very connected, but it will be, I suppose, the idea is to have the member states representatives in advisory board. So this can be then a relation between the regulators and the business part of blockchain alliance or something,
we are continuing with the second panel, where our guests are going to talk about how to build global blockchain infrastructure. The panel is going to be led by Mrs. Nena. Please, Nena, join me on the stage to introduce our guests of this panel.
Thank you very much. Okay, I hope we are ready for the last panel. Please join me here at the stage, Mohamed from the Faculty of Computer Science and Informatics, or you will correct me anyway. Tanja Bivic, President, European Blockchain Alliance, Slovenia. George Song, please, Chairman, the Greater China Region, Asian Blockchain Hub, China. Arvin Tan, please, President of Asian Blockchain Hub, Malaysia. Mr. Tadej Zapnik, Chairman of World Blockchain Hub and of European Blockchain Platform. Welcome to the stage. I'm very happy to have you here. So, to be practical, maybe Mohamed, if you can make a short presentation for the introduction to today's panel, and then we go on with the talk about certain issues. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So my name is Noordung Huba. I come from the University of Maribor. We have a blockchain laboratory group there. And since we are talking about blockchain infrastructure, I wanted to present one use case about the possible backbone of a blockchain infrastructure for the whole European Union or a global scale. And we started to build on that blockchain infrastructure, already connecting 4 countries. And it's meant actually for decentralized system for managing micro-credentials. So I'm just going to show you one or a few slides about what this actually is. It's about diplomas and certifications. Some challenges which already Nena talked about that will and are actually challenges and ideas from the European Commission. And we already built a UDCTX platform. We call it UDCTX. And it's actually meant for micro-credentials. And these micro-credentials can be anything from diplomas. It can be any kind of certificates individual gets from an institution that provides and issues these certifications. So it's based on the Ethereum platform. It's on the consortium network between 4 universities from 4 countries. And it's also based on smart contracts, and it also incorporates a publicly available ledger, which is actually a semi-consortium one, and incorporates tokens like non-fungible tokens. So I'm just gonna show you an example, maybe which presents what the blockchain infrastructure is that we take from the university standpoint of view. This is something that we already have established. We have 4 universities, one in Slovenia, Germany, Bosnia, and one is setting up in Croatia. They all are connected to each other, so there are nodes connected to each other, hosting the E2CTX nodes and the E2CTX platform. And what actually is, as you see, this is the best and perfect way about what decentralization should like and is like. As you see, we have 4 entities already distributed through Europe, but there is no central point of view. There is no entity in the middle, because even though each entity and each university is part of this already existing platform, they already connect only through their access points. So there is no central point of view. All data is distributed, all data is decentralized, but every node, every aspect of them is connected directly through their infrastructure and not towards any outsiders. And because of GDPR compliance, there had to be also some setting up to be done because of privacy issues, because of course student information data, personal data cannot be issued from Germany and that Slovenian government can see it, etc. So what we had to do, we had to incorporate an additional IPFS network, which is something similar to the blockchain network. It shares the similar attributes. So we share a consortium between Ethereum parity nodes and IPFS nodes, and thus it's GDPR compliant. And one point of this which you cannot see is also one point that we are also already patenting it at the European Patent Office. So, but I'm not going to talk about that. So the platform already lives. It has API access for all the information systems that need to be included, because we all build blockchain platforms, but they still need to be connected through already existing information systems, and this has to be checked upon, and we already built API accesses to this platform where everybody can access and connect, integrate their existing systems to this backbone and blockchain infrastructure, which is actually built for certificates, but could be actually also for any kind of other types of documentation. So just a short introduction, and thank you.
I have to say that the idea for this platform was one of the first blockchain-based project idea that was formed right after our first meetup here in June 2017. And I have to say that it was kind of visionary, because now the European Commission is building the use case on diplomas on blockchain. Thank you very much. Now I will continue with Tanya, because all of you are the representatives on one hand of the supporting environments, and on the other hand of the certain projects or use cases that you are implementing. So a few words about the supporting environment, which organization do you represent, how can it fit to European blockchain infrastructure in the later stage, and then about the project that stays behind as use case for European blockchain services infrastructure. 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nena. I come from Blockchain Alliance Europe. We are an NGO that is actually connecting companies, very different companies on the blockchain ecosystem. Some of them are also technology providers, solution providers, and some of them are also otherwise involved in this blockchain sphere. We are certainly, projects are non-governmental, but I think that some of those solutions could be very well used also in building the infrastructure. Well, if we just start with simple transactions on blockchain, I know that there was few attempts also by our members that they would do a certain project that would help with clarity of charities. You know that people don't trust charities because they don't know who they are giving money, exactly how this money is spent. If this would be on blockchain, then you would exactly know how much money came to the certain charity and how it was spent. There was not much interest from the charity part, I must say. I think that also because, not just because charities don't want to do that, but because they don't know much about blockchain technology, and they think this could be very complicated and this would be very tough for them to adopt. But here is also our role to enlighten, to educate, to talk about it, and also to simplify certain procedures, certain products. The other thing, one of our members is also developing self-sovereign identity. You probably heard that in blockchain space, this is a very big issue right now. Everybody's talking about identity. I don't know if you probably know that here in Slovenia and also in European space, there was an attempt to unify identity with certification system. The idea was that if you have a certificate here in Slovenia, that then you could also use this certificate in Germany or other countries, but sadly this is not so.
If you know, here in Slovenia we have 2 certificates that you can only use in Slovenia and nowhere else. Now we have here a self-sovereign identity. There is a big debate, should there be a unified identity or should there be more identities and so on. But I think this is more, right now, it is a philosophical question, because the very important thing is that we start using this identity. Why? Because it is putting the user in the center. You decide about your data. You all heard about the breaches, Facebook, about Google, about abuse of your data. And if you're using your identity, this won't happen. Why? Because you are the one that you are letting them use or not use your data. And I think this is the big moment that that also first has to be adopted from the business side, and then I think that adoption, I don't know, Nina, if you have some other ideas, but I think that adoption will go first through business and then to other services, public services. I think that it should be adopted here, and I think this is something that really can bring us to that fairer and better world that we are talking in connection with blockchain.
Okay, Tanya, thank you very much. What I think is that it will go, I don't know, hand in hand, public and private services.
Parallel. Okay, that is better. I think this is better. I think this is more optimistic, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, really, because the private sector has the solutions also for public sector, and if you develop for private sector, then it can be applicable also in public.
Well, that is the idea, yes.
Okay, great.
Okay.
George, please just briefly describe the organization you are managing and the use case.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our third one. I'd like to thank Tadim for inviting us to come to Slovenia to participate in this conference. And the first question may ask, why Slovenia? I'll just give you some idea why Slovenia. In 2014, I had a chance to came with our Prime Minister, the Vice Premier of China, Wang Yang. In 2014, we visited Finland, and the next stop is Slovenia, and a city called Ljubljana. At that time, I don't know how to pronounce Ljubljana. You know, I was wondering why Slovenia. But I think as I learned about the country, and I learned about, particularly from Tadim, about how advanced in terms of technology, I was really impressed by the development here. So that's why I'm glad to be here. And I went to a city called Koper. Do you know where Koper is? Koper City, right? So it's a small city, but it's amazing. It's a very beautiful scenery and all that. So after that, I was invited by the mayor to become the economic advisor. So in 2016, I actually lead a delegation from China to visit Slovenia, together with my friend Elvin, to come here to visit the country. And from that onward, because Elvin himself, he has a technology background, so he's continuing to flourish that relationship. That's why, you know, it come about, you know, he get to know, you know, all these wonderful people in Slovenia, and also learn about some of the languages, like Wala, you know, and all these things. So I think this is how we get connected with with Slovenia. I think that 2 weeks ago, you probably heard that our Premier, Li Keqiang, you know, came to Brussels for this 16+1 cooperation meeting. Are you aware of that? So this is actually very important because this, it was initiated in 2012, this sort of cooperation. Ever since then, this relationship flourished. I think the key thing is like, this cooperation really deepened the relationship between China and the European community, particularly what we call the Central and the Eastern Europe community. So I think this is very important, very significant, because it is under what we call the One Belt, One Road initiative. I don't know if you're aware of that. The One Belt, One Road initiative. is very important because this is where it was launched in 2013 by President Xi in China. And this one here is to really help to cooperate with the rest of the world, particularly along the Silk Road, that we really want to have a very close relationship in terms of development, in terms of technology exchange, in terms of innovation. And all these things is happening just within this last 5 years. So I think that China is moving forward to become, because they are playing a very important role in the center stage, particularly on technology. So that's why it's very important to build up a very close tie with all the neighboring countries along the Silk Road. So I think that having the Premier came to visit, I think that really can flourish the relationship with our Eastern Europe, particularly in Slovenia as well. So having said that, let me have some few words there. Another initiative, what the Chinese government is doing is called the Guangdong Bay Area. It's called the, you know the Bay Area in the world, right? You have the San Francisco Bay Area, you have the Tokyo Bay Area, you have the New York Bay Area. And the Guangdong Bay Area will be, in 5 years' time, the #1 Bay Area in the world, with about 70 million populations. And that the main focus on this integration between 9 cities in China, in southern China, plus Hong Kong and Macau, really enhance what we call the information flow, the material and goods flow, the so-called the talent flow, in terms of talent pool, in terms of people. And the last one is the money flow as well. So this will enhance the integration of the exchange of all these information, money, goods, and all that. So it's actually a very important initiative. And because of that, this initiative really supports the One Belt One Road initiative. So that's why that included all these latest technology and all that. But of course, at this moment, all the so-called blockchain project in China is under strict scrutiny. Part of the reason is because a lot of people have a misconception between the cryptocurrency and the blockchain. They all got mixed up. And a lot of people actually lost money because of this so-called the blockchain hype and the crypto hype, So that's why it's very important for the regulator to regulate the whole process. So I think in Hong Kong, since after Hong Kong returned to China, I think there will be 2 initiatives that Hong Kong can lead. First area is really the so-called the fintech, because as you see, Hong Kong is the 3rd largest financial hub in the world, next to London and New York, and also that it will become the next financial blockchain hub in Asia. And secondly, in Hong Kong, coupled with the open door policy in China for the last 40 years, will continue to serve as one of the major supply chain hubs in the region. And they will lead the supply chain blockchain initiative in Asia as well. So there's 2 initiatives. And of course, this year, China is celebrating 70 years birthday. So with one country, 2 systems, Hong Kong continues to play his role as what we call the financial and innovation hub for China. Just to give you some statistics, I think in 2018, there's a double-digit growth in foreign direct investment. GDP growth of about 3.2%, which is higher than the last 10 years average of about 2.7%. There was about 8,700 companies set up in Hong Kong, about 8.7% growth from last year. And 2,625 startups, which is 80% growth from last year. But 4 years ago, we only had about 1,000 startups. And in terms of talent pool, there were about 2,400 people who would get to involve in the startup. But by 2018, it grew about almost 10,000 people to start up all the startup company. And also, there's a lot of so-called regional headquarters located in Hong Kong, which we see about 8.4% growth. And Hong Kong was the #1 IPO city in the world last year, raising about $45 billion with over 200 companies listed in Hong Kong. And in 2014, there's virtually no what we call the unicorn company. You know what a unicorn company is? Any company is over $1 billion US is called a unicorn company. And last year we have about 6 unicorn companies, and 3 possible unicorn companies will be listed in Hong Kong as well. So we will see that in terms of venture capitalists, the investment grew by 13 times from 2014 to 2018. Now, last year, we have about $1.8 billion for the venture capitalists. So in terms of the talent pool, we have, out of the 3.2 million workforce, we have about over 800,000 professionals working in the service field and also financial field as well. So Hong Kong is actually a friendly city, especially with cryptocurrency. I think last year, Hong Kong has issued a white paper to try to regulate the crypto market, and also they try to implement some regulatory actions that really want to build up the reputation to become the important international blockchain hub in the world. So according to the fintech lead in Investment Hong Kong, blockchain is a very high priority for Hong Kong. There's a fast grab of money with ICO in some cases, but what we are looking at building here in Hong Kong is an infrastructure for new businesses and existing businesses to make sure that technology and innovation remain a key enabler for financial sector growth. So you see companies like Japanese messaging, Giant Line, BitMax, and Consumer, they all come to Hong Kong. So the Asian blockchain hub, part of this World Blockchain Hub, led by Zaradi, we are currently liaised with the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Bay Area Technology Transfer and Application Center. This entity consists of government, academia, business community involvement, and has branch operation in Hong Kong, mainly focused on R&D on the latest blockchain technology as an incubator, accelerator to do consulting and monitoring good projects in different industry sectors. So the support of blockchain from the Hong Kong government can be clearly seen. Recently, they created a special policy to expedite immigration for the blockchain job seekers. So if you want to work in Hong Kong, there's an important initiative to attract best worldwide talent and aim projects which are currently based here. Hong Kong government also supported by the central government from Beijing announced its establishment of the International Innovation and Technology Center last year. They have put up $1.5 billion US to support innovation projects, including infrastructure projects, attract some talent pools, government e-purchase, and all that. So it's actually quite exciting, because Hong Kong all of a sudden become the sort of like attention, particularly in the area of the financial sector that eyed by the Beijing government. So here I'd like to thank Zaradi to work hard to build this World Blockchain Hub to really put us together to take on the global initiative. I think that this is a good opportunity for Europe and Asia, and we need to capitalize this opportunity as China this year is celebrating its 70th years anniversary. I just want to give you a little highlights here. Have you ever seen this little duck? Have you ever played on this little duck? Okay, this duck actually was manufactured in 1949 in Guangzhou. This duck is 70 years old. This duck will celebrate with China as a 70th birthday. So I'm going to give this one to you. So to promote the relationship between China and Slovenia. And that will be a very meaningful cooperation. I already mentioned to Gradimo, we have some initiative that we can really promote the friendship between the two countries. And I think that is a very good opportunity for us to liaise. And also that, talk about IP, I think the blockchain can help on the IP issue as well. Right? So this is the first IP in China. 1949. Okay, thank you very much. So I will give it.
So you can hold on to this little duck. Yeah, and then I'll move to pictures.
Perfect, George. Thank you very much for this. I think we have the opportunity to use this as a symbol of entering point to the European infrastructure wallet, which will be something mixed between European and Asian. I have to tell you two things. The first is that we are in talks or discussions with the Chinese Ministry of Commerce or to organize an event, blockchain event. We wanted to do this because at this moment in China we have a Belt and Road Initiative event, yeah, and our minister is there, so he could be here today. But in autumn, I think we are in very strong discussions to organize something event or networking event with the Chinese ministries, and I will ask you to help us to organize this event, so to strengthen the cooperation also between countries. And the second thing, 16 plus 1. Yes, we already initiate that Slovenia, or we wish Slovenia to become main or master node for European blockchain infrastructure for Central and Eastern European countries and for China. So this is the second thing for cooperation, and I think that we have a lot of opportunities to cooperate together. Thank you. Aaron.
Hi, Nina.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm great again to see some old friends here. Yeah. So I miss you, Nina.
I miss you too. A long time no see. Tell me, after Malaysia, how the ecosystem is growing in Asia, or how the supporting environment, how is developing to be prepared to accept that infrastructure issues also in Asia?
Yeah, so let me start a little bit, very short story. The founders of this Asia Blockchain Hub actually is from the ideas from Mr. Tade. So I'm really honored and glad to be appointed as the really president of Asia Blockchain Hub, and my boss has sent me a very important task, so that to gather all the informations amongst the Asian country. Besides of technology, we have to understand between technology and culture is different. Technology can be used on every country that developed by humans, but between the culture of each country, especially in Asia, is different. For example, in Hong Kong, there's a different culture. If you want to be innovated in China, there will be different culture. Even in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Vietnam, each country has different culture. So we do believe, before you bring your really blockchain technology or others projects into those countries, you have to understand their culture. So the first task by Mr. Tade is assign me to know every little Asia country cultures. So he made me become a Superman between Europe and Asia, all the way the country. So for the Asia Blockchain Hub, okay, we has been successful or connected with 8 countries that support our Asia Blockchain Hub: Hong Kong, China, Macau, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Korea. And incoming will be Vietnam, and I do believe we talk to Taiwan. Okay, so we are growing out. And if like Mr. Grego, Novaks, and Nena today, in the last, we just found in this Asian Blockchain Hub, I think less than 3 months. Okay, so we are working out. So what do our role to play in this
blockchain hub, which is connected with the world blockchain hub. Actually, we are the bridge who connect not only projects of the blockchain, okay, but also we connected all the professionals of talent from the world blockchain hub. We do believe we not only bring the great projects to Asia, also we bring the great talents. So we have been connected and gathered, signed the MOU and MOA agreement between the country that we helped all quality blockchain projects and also alliance and NGO to be entering the Asian market. So at this statement, I would like to thank Mr. George, which is really working out hard to connect the China government. If you guys really read the articles from China government in terms of 2018 November, there has been come out a very strict statement announcement. They were bar and banned those blockchain projects that related to cryptos. And also every blockchain development project has to be registered and monitored by under the regulators of China. And today, the first good news I bring as an Asia Blockchain Hub is through Mr. George, we have been successful set up a blockchain technology innovation center, which is backed up by the local governments of Foresight. And we are ready to World Blockchain Hub to welcome everybody who has the blockchain technology development. Through this Foresight Technology Innovation Hub, you can successfully enter the Greater China and also the Guangdong Bay Area Center. This is not a full NGO, but also I mentioned again, it is recognized and supported by the local government. As I answered to Nena previous questions, we already been prepared a really good and big quality incoming event for the Greater China. We are allied with the China government servants, the top ranks government servants to participate in this event. We are arranging the schedule, and from this we will be working with our chairman, Mr. Tade, and then we will announce the event date, and we will organize the delegates from Europe and around the world, and then we will welcome who really want to know more about the blockchain technology with the Greater China Connect through the Technology Innovation Center. To hear our blockchain, Asia Blockchain Hub, I summarize again, we play a role that to help you guys, not only for projects, but also if you feel that your own talents, your friend, your sister, your brothers, you can through our Asia Blockchain Hub to enter the markets. We also would like to announce soon, we have working with one of the biggest university in Hong Kong, Hang Seng University, for the educations of blockchain technology, majority from the supply chain. So if you have a good, really educations like Mr. Mohammed, which is can work with us. We also not only connect the project, we also connect a lot of universities. And then because I would like to mention, George has been getting awards with Mr. Jack Ma from Alibaba last year. They were in the same flight, same in Israel. So he was getting the awards. He been connected all the universities, the appointed to connect all the universities with the greatest and newest blockchain technology. I would like to hear again, thank you, Mr. Nena, and also 1 year ago I met Tanya, and also thank you for Tade, and also thank you, Slovenia. Hola.
Okay. Today, I think you have a task to do, many tasks, because George and Aaron already find the event in China, the talent seeking, universities put together. So, World Blockchain Hub, the basic idea and how it can connect to the infrastructure that is going to be put in operation.
Well, the basic idea is the same like it was when it started in Slovenia. When we find out that we have to engage all stakeholders, it's not just companies, it's not just government, it's not just civil society or regulators. With the technologies like blockchain technologies, so a lot of things have to be done together with the involvement of all of them. We started here in Slovenia, then we spread all around Europe, then we started to cooperate with Asia. It was already in 2017, 2018, when we organized, it was actually European Blockchain Alliance that was organizing together with the Slovenian government, the European Commission, the first European Blockchain Summit in Brdo, near Ljubljana, and that we find out that yes, we have to spread this kind of type of cooperation on the level of platform to engage all of them, but then also to connect. After Asia, we have also some opportunities to start collaborate in Africa. We mentioned that African Blockchain Hub was established in January this year. Then it was, we participated also in Australia, their World Blockchain Summit. In March, they also are preparing establishment, but on the global scale, we would like, of course, to connect this. It will not be a new organization or something, it will be actually a platform connecting all the dots together on national or continental level. Organizations, how they constitute themselves, either like networks, either like new NGOs, but the general idea is to learn out from each other, to connect business opportunities. A lot of projects, a lot of, let's say, initiatives are the same in different countries. And it's a great potential to connect them all because, like Tanya was explaining, on the end of the development of the concepts, some solutions will have to be global scale, and it will be needed the cooperation on one side, and on the other side, of course, big challenges are on the side of regulators. They are not moving fast enough, and with the close cooperation with the companies, with the progressive governments, we are trying to help to move this regulation faster. I have to make some improvement of your statement, George. Your Prime Minister, he wasn't 14 days ago in Brussels. Actually, he was in Croatia, in Dubrovnik, when Chinese government with a big delegation from entrepreneurs met with 16 prime ministers from Southeastern Europe. And yes, like Dana also explained, through that we are connecting this initiative that, yes, we need national European blockchain infrastructure, but we also need a global one. Through the process that was also prepared with great help of the Ministry of Economy of the Republic of Slovenia, we are initiating this process, which on the end will need kind of a backbone. The backbone, it will be the network all over Asia, that I'm also really satisfied with your great work. You managed not just to connect all the dots, but that you are really becoming a relevant organization, passing the knowledge from Europe to Asia and also back. What we foreseen is that, of course, we will formally launch the platform in the first half of this year. We will, of course, continue with this main mission that we still have. Mr. Inon already explained a little bit that we have a kind of direction, a main goal to achieve sustainable development goals utilizing blockchain technology. This is a kind of focus that we all have. It was kind of 1 year activities around that, ended with the exception of white paper blockchain
Kong. I think a lot of participants, they will get each of them one of these small ducks. And yeah, yesterday we started to brainstorm how we could connect this story from Asia, South Africa, and to Southeastern Europe, and of course to end it here in Slovenia, also we will speak to North Croatia. That's why we will try to use the time that we have our friends here in Slovenia to think something what we can do and to connect this really great story from China with all the opportunities that we have related to cooperation with Slovenia, Europe, with China and Asian nation.
Okay, thank you today. Summarize, if we have one infrastructure global, and if we have clear standards, and if we have stable and growing market, and possibility of scalability of the projects of that infrastructure, we can focus on other things also, on social innovation, on blockchain for social good, what was before mentioned, on different cultures and different types of habits that can be integrated with that type of infrastructure also and supported so that they can be developed on the other side on a stronger way. But in any case, we now have diplomas, talents, we have ID, we have infrastructure that is better than many of them because it's faster, it's more energy efficient, it's environmentally friendly and so on. What would be, maybe not the next generation, but other services that can be developed on that infrastructure? Just in 2 sentences, each of you, going out from your previous experience and from the projects that you are working on, what could be other types of services that can be developed on that type of infrastructure?
Well, it's a very good question. I will emphasize that anything that is truly decentralized should be brought up on blockchain infrastructure, be it on any platform that is actually possible. Because as we already talked before with the EU Weigel and so on, who also mentioned that there is also some social rethinking that needs to be done. And the social rethinking is actually because of this decentralized component. And if we don't focus on blockchain with the image of decentralization, then we are actually missing the point of blockchain technology, because it isn't actually here to solve the existing problems, it's here to disrupt the existing use cases or invent new use cases which are truly decentralized. So I think this is something that we should think upon or when we think about new possible use cases.
Also a very good question, yes. I don't think I can answer this second. I'm thinking about diligent citizens and so on, but okay. What I think that we all emphasize here, cooperation. I think that there are many very, very good projects here in Slovenia, also in China, also in Central Eastern European region. I think we should try to find a way to cooperate and to integrate, because I'm sure that your platform can integrate many solutions and grow from there into something bigger, into something more simpler and user-friendly. And this is the thing that we should do. We should do Slovenian brainstorming about the solutions that we can do with the knowledge that is stay here in Slovenia, and try to upgrade our solutions.
And the platform will be a tool to
of course.
Okay, I think that, even though we talk about a lot of blockchain technology, I don't think we need the technology. It's really the people. So I'm a big fan of education. I think a lot of, in the past few years, there's a lot of misunderstanding blockchain that relates to the cryptocurrency and all that. And that's what, because of this so-called uneducated group that create so much fraudulent or scam or whatever that you call it in the world, that really, like particularly in China, because they try to relate blockchain with the crypto. That's why it's like they want to stop everything. That's not right, because the blockchain is really the technology to really enhance the better livelihood of each individual. So I think the important thing is that we should enlarge our education system, in particular educating people about blockchain, how it benefits them, particularly the next generation. I believe this is the thing, this is the things to come that really help each individual and in terms of linking the whole world as a global village. So I think education for me is very, very important.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Mohammed. But there's a live case that already happened. So other than decentralized, I would using one word to emphasize. It's called transparency. There's one from Indonesia. Unfortunately, he can't make it because they're having their election on this 17th April, which is last week. So it delays his visa. Why I would say that related to these elections? Because the governments of Indonesia has been using the blockchain technology on their election voting system in Jakarta, the capital. Okay, so they was looking on the blockchains very unique, other than decentralized. They were also looking for the words transparency, which is they use for the elections, which is blockchain technology voting system, which is our Asian blockchain hub who assists the governments of Indonesia. It's been successfully using on their elections. Not all the votes, but particularly for the foreigners Indonesians who stay outside, living outside the Indonesians. They are using the blockchain technology to vote for the elections, and it's been successfully been proved that it can be used based on the government for this technology. So transparency is one of the words that I would use to emphasize that really governments is looking for the blockchain technology. I also here would encourage from the World Blockchain Hub on Asia, who has been developed the really good blockchain technology, please connect to the World Blockchain Hub, and we will bring to the Asia through our windows and our hubs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I will connect a little bit with our project from Alpine region. It's also today event, partly in this activity where in Alpine region 7 countries from Europe are developing a strategy of social innovation. And my wish is that we start to think, we have also some ideas when we are thinking about social innovation, when we are thinking about investing with impact investing, that it's quite hard to measure this, let's say, impact or social impact. That's why I would like to see some collaboration on the field of how we could use blockchain technology really to measure the social impact of some product, from some service, because this will first allow transparent way to the consumers to see what is behind the product, what is behind the product. On the other side, open the space for impact investing, to invest in such projects, but also that we can continue with such a solution to, of course, use it to the end, maybe also to make a transparent measurement of achievement of SDGs. It was mentioned already today that after 5 years from 2015, when all the nations from the globe
decided how we will develop our Earth in the following 15 years. We put wonderful targets, goals, but we see that they will not be realized as we are all aiming to. That's why I'm 100% sure if we would have a tool, independent tool, to measure in the real time how we are doing that, it would be much, much bigger pressure to all of us, to the politicians, to the entrepreneurs, the civil society, that, we don't have a lot of time anymore and that we have to be more concrete.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we pointed out everything what is important here for the infrastructure and also for the services and also for the targets that we want to achieve. And thank you today for mentioning social innovation because, as I said before, blockchain is not only about the technology, it's about the human being, it's about the innovation. I will let the public to give us 2 questions. If you have any question, please raise your hand. No? You are too tired. Okay. Okay. You can.
We have, of course, opportunity to give 2 certificates to 2 gentlemen here today. First to the chairman of Asian Node, Alvin, certificate from the World Blockchain Hub. Together, a certificate for George So, chairman of China Node. One gentleman could not came to us because not getting the visa, but Alvin short video address and history will help you to play.
This is what I mentioned just now. There's a live case in Indonesia, which is the elections. He's our chairman in the Indonesian votes. He is he's the friend of the prime minister, the president of current Indonesians, and also we are very glad he met today, and then he really support the whole blockchain concepts, and he really getting connect the Indonesian government to our Asia Blockchain Hub. So his name is Edwigo Ung. He is the one who connects the Asia Blockchain Hub for the incoming election, part of the blockchain voting system that we really implement on that. So please play the video. I'm sorry, it's about 5 minutes. Okay.
Hi all, wish you all have a good day. I'm due to some reason unable to attend to such big event. Very sorry. I miss you. I'm here to inform you, my country Indonesia just finished the once for 5 years term general election a few days ago. That's on 17 April 2019. Now the voters counting is on process. Although the unofficial quick count result has been released, but that's not the official result from the General Election Commission. The result will be announced on May 22nd, 2019 by the General Election Commission. That is still 1 month away from now. Both the contestant candidates and all the voters have to wait, be patient. As you know, what I have mentioned in my previous speech in unleash the potential of blockchain for sustainable development goals in KL last December 2018, I have introduced my country, Indonesia, to you. It's a big island country with 17,000 over islands and almost 300 million people, 300 million population. For this general election event, it's quite a challenging and tough job. With over 813,000 voting locations spread over the country, only the logistics of delivering the voter seats to every location, to every island, the transportation involve air, sea, ground, need a lot of resources, manpower, of course, time as well. For your information, the event costs about 25 trillion rupiah. It would be great if blockchain to be implemented to this project. Save costs, save manpower, save resources, a lot. The fund can be used for developing our country, yes, but it's all still need to be approved by our General Election Commission. That's our job to propose it to them. Another last but not least is that blockchain is not being adopted fully in my country. So how? Don't worry. I found a way. There's to educate our people by setting up blockchain college or academies for them to learn. As what our Indonesia program say, our Indonesian always says, tak kenal maka tak sayang, means that you don't know, that's why you don't not love. For example, you don't know your girlfriend, so how you fall in love with her, right? This wonderful idea I released. Soon my friend offered me his campus for this project. Oh, great. Great opportunity ever. This great job, not only from me, but with my partner, Pak Mahfud Malik, who also our vice chairman of the blockchain, Asia Blockchain Indonesia Nodes.
Hi all, wish you in good health. Yes, you already have campus for blockchain college. You are welcome to teach here. Thanks for Alvin, who has informed me to blockchain community, great community. Thanks, waiting for you.
Okay, let me add on a little bit. So Indonesia government actually has prepared a really big fund. It's about 5 million euros prepared for the blockchain voting projects only. They also now welcomes other really blockchain technology, which is a really good match with today's title. If you have a great blockchain technology that based on the government, which is can help in the government sectors, the government of Indonesia are willing to pay, assist, and also help you to get in the Indonesia market. So the last video you see, the red guy, the red shirt, okay, he's the top one hacker in Indonesia. He's been hired by the governments of Indonesia right now to monitor all those technology firms in Indonesia. We are glad he joins our community. But don't get me wrong, he's not joined as a hacker, but as an advisor to cybersecurity. They were working on the blockchain, cybersecurity, and we hope that we can get a really great result. And when the technology is being developed and R&D, they will share this very great information to the World Blockchain Hub, which is brought to the globalized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that it was a very interesting debate. Thank you for the last presentation. I'm still wondering what is the declaration, because okay, then you will explain later. Thank you very much again, and thank you all for being at the conference today. I let Nina to make a closure of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. I think you already said everything. So with this panel, we came to the end of this event. Again, thank you all for participating. I really wish you got all the information you need. Otherwise, there is still time to stay a little bit more outside, and a little bit of networking is also in place. Thank you again. Good day, everybody.